All right, time is 7 o'clock, so let us be on time as always. And it's a great pleasure to welcome all the participants for 4 days and of total 10 hours certification program, jointly hosted by MTC Global and prestigious Indian Institution of Technical Engineering, Industrial Engineering. And this is a very old and elite institution offering courses focused on industrial engineering. So from MTC Global, we're extremely happy to associate with IIIE. And we have today with us many senior professionals like Chairman of IIIE, Dr. Raju sir. And also we have Dr. Maheysh Karajgikar, uh, my good friend who was CEO in Dubai in one of the international companies, and so on and so forth. So many known faces are there, and pleasure to connect online from Bangalore. Bangalore, it's very cold. Uh, there is no sunlight since last 2 days, and temperature is no between 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. But wonderful to connect this Saturday evening with all of you online. Thank you so much. And we have with us Dr. G.S. Mitra Thakur, who is the resource person for this particular workshop. I'll introduce Dr. Mitra Thakur later on. And I request Dr. Prasada Raju sir to kindly address, because we'll have a very brief inaugural session. Then we'll continue. I request others to please put on mute so that we don't have background noise. There are difficulties being online. So we'll see that everything goes on smoothly. Dr. Raju sir, kindly please address.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Volanath Dattaji and Dr. Sasmita Tripathi ji and Dr. Mitra Thakur ji. Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Prasada Raju, Chairman IIIE, and I am delighted to welcome you all to the inaugural session of Online Beginner Certification Program on AI Foundations, being organized by NeuroVista Academy, the flagship initiative of Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering, IIIE, and MTC Global. This course is designed to help you to understand the principles of AI and to master new skills in AI. Over the next few hours, we will be covering the syllabus mentioned by very talented and expert in AI and its related concepts, that is by Dr. Mitra Thakur. We encourage you to actively participate throughout the course. Please feel free to use the chat for questions, engage in the discussions, and make the most of this opportunity to learn and connect with your fellow participants. And also advise you to continue in next advanced modules to gain more knowledge and experience. Once again, thank you for joining us. Let us make this an insightful and enriching experience together. I now invite our coordinator to begin the first session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. G.S. Mitra Thakur. Sir is an associate professor in CSE, AI, and ML with 18 years of teaching and R&D experience and a Ph.D. in Intelligent Systems from NIT Durgapur. His research spans end-to-end ML/DL, LLM pipelines in socially critical domains, currently focusing on computational perspectives of consciousness and AI alignment, with 30 plus publications and reviewer roles for top journals. He collaborates across academia and industry and mentors student teams. His strengths include MLDL, Gen AI, computer vision, NLP optimization, reproducible research, and responsible AI. And he is open to collaborations that advance human-centered, trustworthy AI. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. And we really struggled a lot to get you on board with us, because we have very few experts as this particular sector is emerging. And the whole idea of having this certification program is that, see, in academia, as we know that the space of innovation much slower than the industry. And still, most of the faculty, we know that AI means ChatGPT, or we know how to use some of the AI tools for our research purposes. But deep dive inside, I think experts only can provide. It's a wonderful opportunity, and I'm sure that the intended purpose of joining this particular program, those who have joined, they must get the due benefits out of it. There would be many takeaways. Thank you so much once again. And sir, please, the session is yours. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, uh, Professor Datta sir. And very good evening to all dignitaries, all participants present over here. And thank you very much for my introduction as well. And I'm really very glad and very optimistic in some sense like that we'll be having a very good and enriching session on AI. Actually, the participant list I was seeing, and I'm very much happy by seeing that so many senior professionals, senior personalities are there. So it will be really an engaging session throughout. So morely discussion-oriented session. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I hope that wholehearted participation from all of you, all the participants, will make this training program a grand success. So before I just start, please give me some time to share my screen. And for bandwidth purposes, I may sometime turn off my camera. So please accept this. I think my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your
Yes, sir.
response.
Yes, can you?
Okay, can you see on screen visible in front of you? Having a QR
Yeah,
code?
I can see. Can you hide the other pictures? No, so it will better appearance. Other participants' pictures that can you hide?
Sir, one mobile picture is also coming on the screen. I think you have logged in from multiple. Yes, it's coming down. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's
Okay, so at the very beginning, we would like to request all of you just to scan this QR code. This is a short poll. There are some questionnaires, I will request all the participants to just fill up those questionnaires, to submit those questionnaires. Then we will start. So are you all able to find the questionnaire? and able to submit?
Yes, sir. But as we are in the mobile phone, there is some issue.
So can you find a poll out there?
Sir, yes, sir. There is the questionnaires are there. Poll open here.
Okay. Okay. So just please submit the questions.
So we can click multiple options, right?
Yeah, for the first question, you can click up to 3 options. So till now, I have received only 21, 22 responses. So I will request all the participants to please participate in this poll. I can find here around 40 participants are there, but till now only 22 have participated in the poll.
Sir, where is poll, sir?
So you just scan this QR code in a mobile phone and you will be getting the questionnaire. Okay, so as we have to move on, so I'm just stopping it, closing this poll, and let us check the result. Okay, so the result is already in front of you. I will first just complete all the polls, then I will be clarifying the the purpose of this poll. So from here you can see that from the participants, it's very good that almost 80% of the participants have said that they would like to learn the fundamentals of AI, and after that most of them are interested in to understand AI applications in their own domain. So I'll be very familiar with domains of most of the participants throughout this program, one by one. So it's very good. The third percentage, I can see that 64% of the people, they would like to upskill for their own career growth, which is very good. And other few responses are there to support their teaching or academic role. Very good. Then 16% for AI research journey. Again, it's a very good option. So obviously, for all the participants, I would like to say that throughout this training program, all of your purpose or aim in joining this particular program will be addressed, and we will be having a very fruitful session. We will be learning the fundamentals of AI through these sessions today and tomorrow as well, and we will also learn about different AI applications. We'll discuss elaboratively that how AI can be applied in your own respective domains. So before I just proceed with my next poll, I would like to just tell you that the main purpose main motto of this training program from my end will be to enriching ourselves, the whole community who are actually interested in learning AI, applying AI in their own research and all, through different discussions, because this is a very short time program if I talk about to discuss the whole AI landscape. But if we just, after some discussion of some theoretical concepts or some application concepts, I want participations from all the participants, like what is their opinion about the topic that I have mentioned, how they think that this is correct, or if they feel any kind of doubt at any point of the discussion, they can ask immediately through raising their hand or means placing the question in the chat anytime. So until and unless you participate in the discussion, I'm very afraid that the session will not be fruitful enough. So your wholehearted participation is highly expected. Okay, so now just my next poll. It's very good. Now the next poll you can also start submitting.
Hello.
Yeah. Any questions, sir?
No. I thought because I just saw the complete muteness, so I thought, is there any issue?
Okay, no, everybody are busy in giving their poll, probably. Okay, very good. So let me close these polls as well. Let us check the result. Okay, so from here we can find that almost 50% of the participants have mentioned that they're the complete beginner in the AI/ML concepts, and some of them have basic understanding, intermediate understanding as well, and obviously few people are there that they are expert in AI. Very good. So so those who are the complete beginner, for them I would like to tell that after this training program, your idea is expected to become more clear about AI and ML. So my purpose, whenever I was designing this particular course, my main focus was that how to make you enable, like you can leverage the power of AI in your own means working area, in your own profession. So nowadays there are a lot of AI terminologies that are coming in the market. Day by every day, some new models, some new tools like ChatGPT, as you know, are coming. So how to leverage that particular power, and why is it really a hype, or is there something which we can utilize properly such that our own means profession or our own research, whatever we are talking about, will be enriched further. So that particular guidance obviously is expected from this training program. We will be, so as there are many professors, academicians, researchers who are there, so we expect that through our combined discussions, because it will, we both of us will be enriched throughout this particular training program. So we will be sharing our opinions regarding different topics, different purposes as well. So for those are the beginners, so they can expect that at the end of the course, they will understand the fundamental concept of AI, the basic philosophy, the basic fundamental understanding. They will also be able to understand what AI is and what AI is not, because that is very much important in today's scenario. Many people everywhere you can find that there is a concept calling AI enabled or smart or intelligent, like intelligent washing machine, intelligent like fan, or AI enabled website, something like that. So being a means educated person or user of that particular those tools, we must have a proper knowledge, at least some fundamental understanding that whether there is there really something AI in that particular tool or in those particular tool, or they are just claiming there is nothing in it. So at the end of this particular session, the idea will be very much clear, and you will be in the position to identify that whether some AI is there or not. So there are some thumb rules. I will be clarifying and describing all those things, through which from now onwards nobody will be able to fool you, like make you fool that this is an AI, you just take it and can charge some higher means amount or for something like that. So this is the thing. And for those who would like to apply AI/ML in their research, so for them, research work, especially like in their academic research or in their own development R&D work, so for them, the second and third module of this particular program, training program, will be there. But after the end of this particular module one, we'll be using some means no-code AI tools, which are already available freely, and those who are provided by some tech giants like Google. So we will be using them, and we'll be able to check that how AI can be utilized in our daily life as well. And it's not like a very difficult thing. Okay, now to effectively utilize it in your own research, so obviously no-code AI will not be that much fruitful for you. So for them, the other two means a part of this training program, there I will be explaining with proper code demonstration and model development as well. So it's very good. I can see this is well balanced. This is well expected. So let us start the next poll. So here also you can submit up to 3 options. Okay, so I have already received 25 responses. So let me close this poll also and let us check. Good. Now this is a very mixed response that I can find. that clear understanding of what AI truly is. That's very good. And that's really will be very interesting when we'll be understanding what AI truly is. And exposure to real world applications, obviously that's very much essential. And then hands-on practice with AI tools. 69, most of the participants have selected these option, and then guidance on research opportunities. So this will be done time to time basis whenever I will be discussing the topics related to research and different application domains. So these things will be covered as well. And learning how to use AI in my teaching. That's very good. So I'll be very happy to address this question throughout the session, because I am also a teacher by profession and I love using AI while I'm teaching the courses to my students. And then learning how AI can support my job role or other professions as well. Okay, so very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating these polls, because this will be giving me a clear-cut idea about the participants which are actually participating in this particular program. So this is the final question. So please participate. Okay, so again, I have received already more than 25 responses. So let me close this poll. Let us check the result. Good. So most of the participants are from engineering and technology background, which is very good. Management and business, 25%, 26% rather. Humanities, social science, 3.7%. Science and healthcare. Okay, very good. So in our team, actually in our group, now we are having experts or professionals from different domains. So which will make this discussion more enriched, I think, because I will be able to hear opinions from different domains, from humanity, social science to management to industry, corporate, and all. So again, I would like to thank all the participants for participating in this poll, because these have given me a lot of insights. Okay, so now let me start with the main discussion. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yeah, it's
Please,
visible.
make this participant icon, make the minimize that covering the screen.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, please minimize this.
Can you
Yeah,
increase
that's
the hello?
Yes, now.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can you increase please the font size and the screen size?
That can be done, but I was trying. In that case, what will happen? The resolution will decrease as well. Okay, let me check.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
No, it is much better. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Okay, so again, a very good evening to all of the participants, and I would like to thank all of you for joining this particular course. So again, this $1 million question, which is actually making the researchers and scientists curious about over, if I'm not wrong, over more than 400 years. See, why I'm talking about 400 years? Because the artificial intelligence, when I'm talking about, the main idea was proposed, not directly about called AI, but the philosophical concept was first proposed by René Descartes, might have heard, Italian philosopher. So in his letters, once he had mentioned the curiosity whether machine will be able to think someday or not. So that was around more than 450 years ago. So after that, those were purely a philosophical concept and philosophical idea that whether machine will be able to think or not. So people were not aware or were not able to define what do we mean actually thinking or something like that. So from that particular century, that's 17th century or something like that, till we are in the 21st century, a lot of things has happened. Huge progress in technology, huge progress in philosophy, science has taken place. But still that curiosity still persists, whether machines are able to think or not. So indirectly we can say that machines are conscious or not. So people are doing a lot of things, a lot of research in AI, but that question still is not solved. But the research is going on. Why I have said all these things? Because that will help us to understand the real definition of AI. In the year, I will discuss that in the year of 1956, in Dartmouth conference, the artificial intelligence term was coined. Okay. Now, if I talk about what artificial intelligence is, you can get a lot of different definitions from different resources. But for me, when I explain the definition of AI to any person, any student or something like that, I just make them try to understand, like it is a field of study, whether it is a domain of study or research, whatever you can say, that artificial intelligence, where we try to develop some systems. It may be a software system, it may be a hardware software combination, or whatever it is, a system which will perform some task. Okay, so if obviously we develop some systems or algorithm or whatever it is to perform some task, as per own requirement. So to perform some tasks, if those tasks were performed by any human, we would have called him to be intelligent. So this is the definition. If we try to understand properly, all the discussion regarding AI will be becoming very easy. So AI is a domain of study where we try to substitute an intelligent human being. Now, when the term intelligent human being is coming, so inherently the term intelligent is coming as well. Now, whenever we talk about intelligence, still no clear-cut definition regarding intelligence we have actually, because intelligence still is not cannot be quantified properly, because I cannot say that this person is intelligent. Okay, I can say that this person is more intelligent than the other, but I cannot quantify that how much exact intelligence that person is having, because it is a qualitative parameter what you talk about. Now, when I am talking about an intelligent machine and we try to make it as intelligent as human being, our main focus is to try to find out what are the qualities which make we human being to be intelligent. So this is the first question that was raised in the mind of earlier researchers. So it's not about just imitating, rather it is trying to understand what is there, what are those qualities which have made we human being to be intelligent. And whenever we try to understand it, a lot of different domains, interdisciplinary domains came into consideration, and we found few areas in which human beings actually excel in. Like, we human beings have very superior learning capability, because we can learn in different environments. We can learn very quickly. We can learn very complex things. So it is one of those criteria, that is learning capability, which have made we human being to be intelligent. Very good. And another thing that also is a part of human intelligence is reasoning capability. So reasoning means whenever the learning has taken place, maybe after some ages, or maybe it is genetically encoded as well, whatever it is, we human beings are very good at reasoning. We can understand the problem in front of us, and we can quickly give response in many adverse situations as well. So we are very good at reasoning also. Like we are very good in rule application, like if this, then that. A simple example I am talking about, suppose in summer or in monsoon season, whenever in the morning we find that it is very hot and humid, most of us say that, okay, there is no doubt it will rain heavily in the afternoon. So a rule is being fired in our mind automatically, that we know very well that if it is very hot and humid, there is a high chance of rain. So like this, 1,000 millions of rules are there in our mind, which have been already embedded in our brain, maybe consciously or unconsciously, it has happened. So the clear idea is about, I will first address two things. One is the learning capability, and another is the reasoning capability. So we have found that these two are the prime capabilities which have made we human being to be intelligent. Okay, very good. Now the thing has come, if I have to make any artificial system to be intelligent, so no doubtly we have to give that artificial system also these two capabilities, like good learning capability and good reasoning capability. So there should not be any doubt. Now all of the studies and research from then has concentrated into two things: how we can give a machine a very good learning capability and very good reasoning capability. Okay, now to give or to perform this task, whatever the theories, whatever the practices, whatever the algorithms, whatever the models have already developed or will be developed, will come under this large umbrella of artificial intelligence. So is my thought that I have shared, is it clear to all the participants?
Yeah.
Are you all agree with this, what I'm saying? And if someone would like to differ, please tell me, because don't consider this to be a classroom kind of a thing. It is a discussion oriented session I am expecting. So if you have anything to add or anything to anything you'd like to add in this discussion, you can also say before I proceed. So many of you have given a like symbol, so I can expect that all of you are agree with this very first and basic this comment that I have made now. Okay, now the thing has come. What were the necessity? Because we human being, we already were there. We are very intelligent in many different tasks. Now, what was the need of AI that came? Okay, so I will be rather describing the evolution of AI or this exponential growth of AI. The reason is something different that I will be discussing later on this session. But earlier in the very beginning, like I'm talking about in the year of 1956, when the AI terminology was first coined, what was the need? Why people was thinking about designing a system which will be as intelligent as a human being? Because this thought is very much necessary. The main idea or the purpose was that, first thing, because AI or the machine learning or deep learning, what we are now talking about at ChatGPT. So this was like a kind of a dream in the year of 1956. People had no idea that this kind of thing may happen. Okay, so the reason behind that was something different that I will come to discuss gradually. But the main reason was there, intelligence was very scarce, or expertise was also very scarce. Means like suppose for doctors, or suppose for geologists, or suppose stock market experts. Okay, so they were all human beings. Now, what used to happen that they were very scarce, they were very minimum in number. So people used to take an appointment, people used to take have to find out some schedule to meet them, to understand their expertise, and then actually apply in their own domain. So first need was there, the scarcity of human expertise. Okay. Now that's why the very first generation of AI, what I call that AI outcomes, was named as expert systems. So might have heard, many of you are here who might have heard the expert system called MySIN, which was very popular once upon a time, which were able to diagnose infection diseases. Okay. So the main purpose behind developing that particular expert system was just to substitute, if not fully, substitute that human expert, who was like a doctor, who was actually diagnosing the infection diseases. Okay. And another thing was there, we human beings are rash. We human beings are always irrational. I think all of you will be agree with me. We are irrational. Means what? Can anyone give some opinion on that? If I tell that human beings are irrational, can someone give me an example that what I am trying to mean over here? Anyone, please? First, you just tell me whether we human beings are rational or irrational.
At times, basically, they, depending upon the situation, they change their stand despite of giving the unbiased opinion.
Yes.
So there you need really unbiased opinion and the true to the situation, your comments. So which were missing, or which are missing most of the time if you are biased. The bias comes in between human system.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, inherently, by property or by our biological systems, we are bound to be irrational because all of our intelligence are driven through some hormonal influence in our brain or something like that. We are emotional. And this is the emotion, this particular emotion is a very fascinating thing. Okay. This emotion has made us irrational, but this emotion is also responsible for this supreme intelligence. But due to this particular emotion, what happens? The performance of any human expert deviates from time to time. Like a human doctor, I cannot guarantee that while diagnosing a particular patient, the mood of the doctor will remain the same all over the time. Because he is also a human being, he also has some stress and all. He may also have some fatigue, something like that. So performance of human expert may deviate time to time. But whenever we are talking about a rational agent, like a machine, so it does not have any kind of emotion in it. So that emotional imbalance and the performance deviation due to this emotion is not actually expected from this particular artificial thing or system. Okay, we in AI terminology, we call that to be an agent. So for all the participants, those who knows it, they can understand that what I am talking about agent. But for those who are new to this particular domain, from now onwards, whatever the AI related systems, like it may be a software, it may be hardware, it may be a combination of both, we will call them to be an agent. So whenever I'm talking about an AI agent, it is not emotion driven. Okay, and also what happens, it is also available wherever human experts are not available. It can function with the same accuracy years after years. So that was one motivation. Okay, now whenever this terminology came, then actually after that you can find many researchers, many scientists were there. So they had tried to explain that when we will call an agent to be an AI agent, because it was a very promising field of study, and maybe they had anticipated that someday this thing will flourish may not be like this what is today now. But they have decided some metrics, like some means criteria based on which we will be able to understand that whether an agent has become intelligent or not. So they had said that the machine or the agent will be able to think like a human, like thinking humanly. They'll be able to act like a human, like acting humanly, but thinking rationally and acting rationally. So these two are not the property of human being, which we are actually will try to make our machine to do like this, thinking rationally and acting rationally. But the bias is something different, as Santosh sir has mentioned. Bias is also present in AI, but that's a different discussion. I will be coming to those points later on. But right now, for the time being, we will try to check a system which can think humanly, which can act humanly, which can think rationally, and which can act rationally. We will be called that particular agent to be an AI agent. Now you can have a quick look in the slide or in my screen as well. What we are trying to mean is actually thinking humanly, acting humanly, thinking rationally, and acting rationally. If anyone have any question, immediately, please, I will request all the participants. Immediately, you can raise your question over here, or at least you can raise your hand. Okay, so actually, this is the definition. Those who are from the academic background and from the especially from computer science background, this definition was taken from a very popular book of Rachel and Norvig. Okay, so he had mentioned right there, like, we define AI as the study of agents that receive percepts from the environment and perform actions. Okay, so what do you talk about the receive percepts? Means, whenever I'm talking about an agent always interacts with an environment. Environment means the outside world. Okay, so yes.
Yeah, the surrounding.
Yes, the surrounding. So through sensors, like if we talk about, I am obviously human being as an intelligent agent, not artificial, but an intelligent agent. We perceive our environment through our sensors, through our 6 sense organs, like our eyes, ears, nose, skin, and all. So after what we do, after this sensing the environment, we process the data that is taken from the environment, process in our brain, which is a very complex algorithm is going on out there. And after that, we perform some action back to that environment, back in the environment. Okay, so sensing and then means processing and then acting back to the environment. This is actually an overall very brief framework of this AI concept, the AI agent. Now quickly, I would like to depict over here the journey, the key milestones and parallelism, the paradigms, like how AI, what was the means evolution of AI looked like. We can find there, like, the major that I was talking about, na? The major reason why AI is flourishing in 21st century and why it didn't flourish earlier. The reason is very clear, and that is the funding from the industry. And all of us know very well that for any particular research, if funding is not there, it's very difficult to make prospect or progress in that particular domain. So you all know this. Now, from 1950, as I have mentioned, you can also find that AI interest level was there, but suddenly it dropped around 1970. It again raised around 1980s, but it dropped 1990s. Now from 2000 onwards, we can find an exponential growth, not exponential, actually linear, but there is a consistent or persistent growth in this particular domain. And one major reason behind this is the funding from the industry. And those who are from academics, for them, this particular portion. Yes,
there is interruption. I think funding is not a major thing. The major thing is the infrastructure, and AI is work only on the data. So in old days, We have standalone system. We don't have cloud. We don't have exact data. So AI not work. But nowadays, each and everywhere, we are capturing the data. So data is accurate. So this is the main, but funding is everywhere. The whole world.
Yeah, thank you,
Only
sir.
we can picture the main.
Thank you, Srivastava. Yeah, you are perfectly correct that data is a major concern. But my main motto of saying was this, that funding in such of that, like, data has now also become public, and many data, obviously. Now, why earlier there was no concern about storing the data or keeping the data or making the data to public for public availability? And until and unless, if I am talking about until and unless the major tech giants or organizations like Google, like OpenAI, like Anthropic, who are actually leading in the AI market nowadays, they have also invested a lot, because in this generative AI scenario, the major concern is the computation power, like the use of GPU or TPU. Google use TPU and other use actually GPU. So the GPU and TPU market. Now, until and unless, if we didn't have this amount of computational power in our hand, AI, I'm very doubtful that AI could not progress to this particular level where we are right now. And obviously, data is a big factor, but hardware is also a major one in today's scenario. Understand how much power, how much amount of money is spent every day on this particular like generative AI, like ChatGPT, Gemini, and all. So my main motto was that obviously availability of data is a big issue, big factor, which has now become public. So that's where we are utilizing all the data. But at the same time, also the tech giants are also investing, the governments are also investing huge money on particular on that as well. Now, McCulloch-Pitts model in 1955 at that particular scenario. So this was the initial fast neural network model which was proposed in the year of 1943, but that was a purely an idea of research, and people were learning those things, having some discussion on that. But artificial neural network was far at that particular time in the year of 1943. Then, as I mentioned, that in the year of 1956, this is actually for all the what I say, that persons those are involved in this AI study or under the umbrella of AI. This year, 1956, was the most important one, because in that particular year, the Dartmouth conference, where the John McCarthy, the scientist who have first coined the term artificial intelligence, and after that, it flourished, progressed, and a lot what we are doing, what we are now having in today's scenario. Now, 1957 to 1974, there was an early enthusiasm, like general problem solver was there, list programming, I think that is a list programming, LISP we call. So that was also a programming language that was given by McCarthy also. And we know that those were used for basic logic programming at that particular time. And the idea of perceptron and Rosenblatt perceptron idea. So these things were actually used at that particular time. But you can find after 1974, the first AI winter came. Like funding cuts due to unmet expectation. Because whenever any new technology come in the market, expectations become huge. People expectation from the normal users, or maybe the organization or any particular government, their expectations increase day by day. It is happening also nowadays with generative AI as well, with ChatGPT AI as well, because as we are understanding its power, our expectation is also increasing. We are finding that now generative AI or ChatGPT is something like a superhuman kind of a thing. It can give any answer. It has solution to any kind of problem or every problem. But This is sometimes I will discuss in the later, what is it is a fact or it's a hype or something like that. But my main motive to say here is that the expectation increases whenever any new technology comes. But simultaneously, as I was mentioning, if funding is not there, then those organizations or those developers, it's become very difficult for them to meet the expectations of the users. So that first problem, the first AI winter, it is called, happened in the year of 1974 to 1980. Okay. And after that, again, an booming of expert system that I was talking about, like Mycene, Dendral, and XCOM. So this expert system is the first kind of a AI tool that the researchers had given to the society for the benefit of humanity. And this was basically, knowledge-based expert system. Many of you have heard of this. Those who have not heard, actually, this is not the part of the discussion, but briefly, I'm saying this. This is knowledge-based. So expert system means which will function as an expert. Expert, which will means human expert, means which is having some kind of expertise in particular domain, like Mycene, having some expertise in the domain of disease diagnosis, especially in the infection disease diagnosis. And knowledge-based means it is based on knowledge. Now, how the knowledge is represented in that particular knowledge means what? You all know that it's a structured information. And in AI discussion, knowledge are represented in various different ways. Some cases it is represented in the form of if-then rules. Some cases it is represented in the form of logic, like predicate logic or propositional logic, as you have heard it already. In many cases, knowledge is represented in the form of semantic networks. In some cases, it is represented in the form of frames. So these are different ways of representing knowledges. So in expert system, majorly rule-based expert system was there. So some people, some group of people, some team of people, like those are known as knowledge elicitation or knowledge engineer. We used to call them. People used to call them. They at the beginning they used to make the human expert and understand their expertise through some question and answer. And after that, this particular process was known as knowledge elicitation. I'm repeating, it was knowledge elicitation. So knowledge elicitation was the process of extracting knowledge from the human expert. So human expert, they are expert in their own domain, but they have no or very little idea about the computational things, like developing an artificial model on that. So it was the responsibility of the knowledge engineer who used to extract that particular knowledge and represent that particular knowledge in the form of any of the knowledge representation techniques, as I have mentioned, like if-then rules, like frames, a semantic network, or whatever it is. And after that, there used to be an inference engine. That was the core part of the expert system, which actually used to fire the rules based on the input that was given. So it was kind of, and after that, it used to give the result based on that particular rule, as I have mentioned some time earlier, because in our mind, in our brain, or in our knowledge, there are different rules are there, but all rules are not fired in all the cases, all the situations. Some specific rules are fired based on the inputs that I am receiving from the environment. So it used to happen at that time also. So after that, that era was very fruitful, and a lot of expert system was had came into the market. People was very much fascinated about AI and all. But again, in the year of 1987 to 1993, second AI winter came, because immediately, as you all know, that expertise has increased, the expectation has increased, the limitation also arised, because people were not happy with the performance of the expert systems that were in the market. They found out immediately its limitations, that this is not able to do this not able to do that. So, and also it was not effective enough for different types of problem domains. Immediately, as you all know, that if the consistency is not maintained or retained, that particular innovation will surely collapse. Okay. So that's again that particular fear, that particular the concern is also there with generative AI in today's situation as well. But at the end of that particular winter, the rise of artificial neural network with backpropagation learning algorithm. So what is backpropagation learning algorithm? That may not be the part of this particular session. the module. It will be provided in second phase or third phase rather. But it's a particular algorithm you can understand where we actually give the error. Error means what I say, that what is expected from that particular model and what is the actual scenario. That gap between these two are given back to that particular model to check that, okay, this was the actual desired result and you have given this particular result. So there is a gap. You understand, you learn from this gap and revise yourself. So this is the basic concept of neural networks with backpropagation. Who are not familiar, for them actually only. And after that, statistical approaches came till 2011, and you know that machine learning. So I will be discussing later on this particular course that what is machine learning, what is deep learning, because these are the terms which are being frequently used under the umbrella of AI and machine learning, deep learning. So what are these things actually? So machine learning is nothing but the accumulation or summarization or summing, what I call that, of some statistical tools or algorithms which are already there. Okay, but were used for different purposes in some narrow domain particularly. But those were not actually made globally available. But machine learning was in particular area or an umbrella where researchers had taken all those fruitful statistical tools under a common umbrella, and they have made it demonstrated very clearly to the common public that if these tools, statistical tools, are effectively used in some data, maybe from different domains, so these statistical tools can give a very fruitful outcome, a very fruitful prediction. So obviously, not in a very raw format those statistical tools were used, but in some blended form with some data pre-processing tasks, some other fine-tuning kind of a thing. So it is like that, taking some old tools and giving it a new look, okay, and making it for general particular use for all the students, researchers, and the community to leverage its inherent power. But there was nothing new in machine learning other than the this what I call that making it combined actually, or bringing them to a common platform. There was nothing new in it because all the techniques that are used in machine learning under the umbrella of machine learning, like those who have heard this terminology like support vector machine, regression, decision tree, random forest. So these are the techniques or the algorithms which are already there, which were widely used in statistics. But these, in this particular time duration, those tools were made available for a separate research group or AI research group under a common umbrella, because Python community had developed, or other community like Python, R, MATLAB, they had brought all those tools under a common platform for common use and made some packages such that those tools can be widely used over different variety of data. And after that, 2011 to present situation we are talking about, that is we can call that particular revolution of AI that we are now experiencing with the hand of deep learning that we talk. Deep learning, what we call, I will discuss this deep learning later, but you can understand obviously in deep learning architecture there is something new in it, but not totally. One particular algorithm, those who are from computer science background over here, they can understand, they might have heard that the architecture, because in computer science actually we didn't invent something new which is very much groundbreaking kind of a thing, because after the von Neumann architecture, that the common computer architecture that we use, we didn't get anything new which has revolutionized the whole domain, something like that, until Google have given us architecture called transformer. I think here someone of you have heard this, the transformer architecture and attention model. So with that particular architecture and particular model, we had developed this deep neural network and generative AI, what we are talking about. So this is a very brief means introduction. Initially, I wish to cover. So any doubt or any question till now that we have discussed, or see, I would like to be very frank. So if you ask me to means change my way of discussion in some other way such that it will be helpful for you to participate or to understand, it's very welcome. I'm ready to do that as well. So after this, I would like to give a very brief pause and would like to hear from you that your opinion about this or any comment.
Dr. Gaur, it was excellent. The first part was very excellent, which was taken by you. What I feel that maybe if you can just substantiate each of the points with the real life situations, the examples, I think that will because see, I am from the medical background, pharmacy background. So maybe if, the real life situations or real life examples can be put forward, I think the understanding of people like me can really be more. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I will cover those as well because that was a very initial discussion just to give a brief idea what AI is in the mind, such that the curiosity increases and the background thought process starts working. So that was my main motto. So thank you very much, sir. I will cover that as well. Okay.
Like I was thinking, see, COVID has shaken the entire world. Even we too,
yes,
as a country, has completely, maybe, a lot of losses, human losses and all that. Now, what I feel, the data availability, which someone said, and you said the funding, I feel that the other points like the need of the things, the awareness about it, the competition, these are also some of the points which propels the person or the scientist to bring forward such kind of innovations. And why COVID vaccine has come into the market? Because COVID was there and people were dying. So the need was there. So maybe these points are also maybe equally contributor to the data availability and the funding part. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's true as well. And as you know, maybe that in this particular COVID duration, those who are from academic research, they know that a lot of papers, lot of research paper came out in this particular duration, just analyzing this COVID data. I'm not talking that how many of them were really fruitful, but actually a lot of research was made with the COVID data, how those data can be effectively utilized, how those COVID can be effectively tackled or can be handled. So those kind of research was there. Obviously, you are perfectly right that the need is the very first and foremost thing. We have to understand. I will discuss gradually in this discussion that when actually we need AI. So that particular, when I will discuss that particular thing, the idea will be very much clear, sir.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Any point from anyone else? Mr. Anil?
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Anil here. See, I think I'm out of tune with the scope of this training program because what I was looking at is that what are the various tools that are available for a kind of end user. I think all these technical data is more like academic and for those people who would want to understand the technical side of it. And I am looking for a kind of thing where what are the various tools that are available in the AI and which tool can be used in what. This is what I was looking at it. Is this course intended for that, or is it a technical course that you have on your page?
Thank you so much for your comment. Actually, as per the the phase 1 of this particular training program, I think you have checked the curriculum as well. So obviously, the first phase is basically giving you the idea of what artificial intelligence is. And at the end of this particular module, we will be using some means no-code AI tools that are available in the market. Okay, where you can see some application of how AI tools can be used. And for to answer your question, so obviously, from may I know, sir, from which domain you are?
I am a management person. I'm into business.
Okay, very good. So in our discussion, please be with us. Actually, in our discussion, we will be discussing that how AI can be effectively used, or AI is being used in management in different aspects. So see, once you just go through or gradually move on to this particular discussion, you'll be able to understand that if I have to use the AI tools, what are the scenarios, what are the things we have to keep in mind, because that is very much necessary. Nowadays tools are very much available with all of us. With the help of this generative AI and all, now developing a tool has become very easy. And if you have some kind of a logical mindset, logical mind or analytical capability, you can create your own tool. And if not, then you can leverage some existing tools which are already available, which are given or provided by some organizations or by some maybe some developers as well. So we will be discussing, sir, and in between, whenever we will be discussing the application area, please raise your questions that any particular topic, how that can be effectively used in where in your domain as well. So once you will be able to, once you will be asking these questions, it will be helpful for me to clarify your doubts as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Someone else has
Can I
also
add
raised his.
Can I add some more comment?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah, actually, this is your first module is for just introduction of AI. I think at the end we should add 2-3 slides more and give the examples of the tools and how it's work, summarize in different in the medical, in the business, in the robotics. So just introductory, so people mind will be clear how it's work and where to use. So 2-3 slides more add in this introductory part and with summarize introduction of the tools and how they work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, I can right now I can show you the magic of AI. People say that, but before we go to that particular domain, I think it is very much essential to understand that particular domain first. The each and every means aspect of that particular domain, because it will be helping us to leverage its true power, isn't it? It's very much important because AI is a very powerful tool. So whenever we will be effectively, we'll be able to use it very effectively, it will become more powerful. So my the main motto of this module 1 is to understand why it is and what do we mean actually by the power of AI. Okay. So thank you so much. So anything else? Any other comments? So any comment from those who are from academics? Okay, so let us proceed.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
So is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Okay, so many things here already we have discussed. So here the purpose of this particular module is mentioned clearly. So as I was saying that to become an AI tool, it needs some kind of some features or some characteristics which must be there. As I was saying, the main purpose of creating an AI agent was just to replace human expert or human intelligence. But our first target was to understand what are those capabilities which are made we human being intelligent. So we have found that it was the capability of learning, it was the capability of reasoning, it was the capability of perception, it was the capability of understanding different types of languages, and obviously some effective decision makings. So if you think deeply, any AI device or any AI tool which are powerful we talk about, okay, sorry, your mobile. Actually, it is the, I don't know, it's the Google Meet, that screen is disturbing. Okay, so now it is there. So it is these capabilities which has made the AI powerful. So each and every cases, wherever you find any AI device or any particular AI agent, if I'm talking about, then you will find that these capabilities are there. Either it is having good learning capability, or reasoning capability, or perception capability, or language interpretation capability, or decision making capability. Okay, so it must be there as well. Now, in my previous slide, suppose if I talk about in last 24 hours, okay, how many of us or those who are participating actually have used these tools like YouTube or Netflix, Google Map, spam filter, or like Facebook or ChatGPT? So now you know very well that I think all of us have used any of these tools over the last 24 hours, if I'm not wrong. So all these tools are using AI in some of their means features, maybe in some of their features. So nowadays one thing is very clear, you can easily understand that AI has now already become an integrated part of our life. So we admit it or not, AI has already become a very well integrated part of our life. And as once upon a time, what used to happen that one computer was available for common public use. So people used to think, people had a lot of doubts like that, what is going to happen, whether there are a lot of math, different myths about computer usage. It will it will reduce the employability, it will make human being like a kind of less efficient or something like that. But it didn't happen. Now here also with AI, a lot of myths are coming nowadays, and also it was also there like AI has come, AI will do this, AI will do that, AI will reduce the employability, AI will damage the education system, something like that. Obviously, we are facing many challenges in different domains as well, but it happens. If we look into the past, if we go through the history, it happens whenever any new technology comes, any powerful technology comes in the market, a lot of turbulence happens. So maybe or may not be, it will settle down someday, and we will be able to handhold AI, and we'll be able to effectively utilize its power. So those parts I will discuss gradually. So my main motto was to saying that nowadays AI has become a well integrated part of our daily life. We are using it, and at the same time we are also making it powerful. Now why I'm saying this particular thing, nowadays a lot of tools are there which are using AI, and we are using them freely, isn't it? Like Facebook, WhatsApp, Netflix, other than the subscription I'm talking about, but for recommendation like Spotify. Okay, so we are using AI, but in most of the cases you do not have to pay any particular charges. But those companies, those organizations who are actually developed, who have already developed this particular tools or technologies, they are spending a lot of money, huge money every day on those tools, but they are giving it as a free. So is it free actually? This is my first question. And the second question is also there. Nowadays, over the last 2 or 3 months, we can find that like generative AI tech giants like Gemini, Google, OpenAI from ChatGPT from OpenAI, and what I call Perplexity. So they have given some free plan for Indian users, isn't it? Like ChatGPT Go, Perplexity Pro, Gemini Pro, with some Geo subscription a lot. They have given 18 months, 1 year free subscription for all those models. And free. So we have to understand, are these free actually? So I will discuss later as well. Actually, those are actually this. You can think that those are free for normal users, but those are not actually free. In management terminology, it is said that whenever any product is free for you, you are the product. So these tech giants have made the subscription free for Indian users only to collect data, because they do not have this wide variety of users like India has. Okay, from different domains, from different cultures, from different religions and all. So as much as we will be using those generative AI like Gemini, ChatGPT or Perplexity, they will be using those data for training their own model, for improving their own model as well. So it's a both end use, it's not free. So from nowadays, if someone says that these models, these tools are free, be very cautious. Those are not free at all. Okay, so the discussion that we have made too far. Okay, so what we can say that right now? So what we'll say that AI can function as an eager intern. Like AI is like an intern who never sleeps and can read huge volumes of documents, summarize and suggest actions. So this is true for modern AI that I'm talking about after the generative AI. You can sometimes think of AI like a learning child, which is continuously learning from different examples that are fed into it. Like as in for child, what is shown, like this is chair, this is table, or whenever you show them the pictures of different animals, like this is cat, this is dog, this is tiger. Like this, we continuously show them to our kids, babies, like these are the pictures of this animal, that animal, this animal, that animal. And after doing this for months, when we once ask him just by showing a real cat or a real dog and ask him, tell me what it is, if that particular child is able to tell you that this is a cat or this is a dog, then we understand that the learning has taken place properly. That child is now capable of differentiating between what? Between a cat or a dog. So more technically, if I say that, that child is now capable of classifying between a cat or a dog. Now just replace that particular child with a talker called agent. Now the agent is capable of classifying between a cat or a dog. So same thing happens for AI models or AI agent as well. We feed AI model a lot of data with proper labels. Like labels means it is a cat or a dog for this particular example. So after this particular, with so many examples, there are some terminologies, some algorithm which works behind that particular box, actually called that to be black box for this particular purpose. But whether something happens out there through which the model adjusts different parameters, that what it has to be if it is a dog, what it has to be if it is like a cat. So once that weight adjustment or that particular learning completes, then it is ready for market use. So it is something like a learning child as well. Sometimes it functions as a recipe. An algorithm is like a cooking recipe, as you all know that. So it tells the system that what steps to follow with given ingredients or data. And some cases, it works as a co-pilot. So right now, AI Co-pilot means it works hands in hand. Like for us, for those who actually do research in AI, or any, not only AI, means academic researchers, they are nowadays leveraging the power of AI, or especially for generative AI, for their own research purpose, for literature survey, for algorithm formalization, for writing their research paper, for writing latex code or something like that, for designing algorithms, for getting the idea about, like what I call any particular diagram of something like that. And not only for academicians, from other domain as well. As sir was saying sometimes that COVID data. So if I have a sufficient or a particular data set, like a Excel file of suppose 1,000 COVID patients with different features, I can use that particular Excel sheet directly to any generative AI platform and ask that tool to give some exploratory analysis of that particular data. It will give you a fine visualization about what that particular data it says. Is there any particular pattern which is learnable? Is there something new, or data is fully, what I call, fully like unorganized or not meaningful at all? For market research as well, if I have suppose previous 1 month or 2 month or 1 year or 2 year based on the need of a stock performance data set, like that, what was the opening price, what was the closing price, and give it to a particular AI model. I'm not talking about any specific AI model, but obviously AI learning model you can understand, because whenever I give data to a particular model, what happens? Model tries to find out some features, some parameters, some pattern in that particular data. It tries to learn that particular pattern. I will come to this point very soon. And once it learns it, now it is ready for your help. Okay, you can use that particular model for your own purpose, like some prediction analysis or something like that. So after this short discussion, I would like to ask all of you and someone of you also that which analogy is most accurate for AI? AI is like a human colleague with emotion, or AI is like a pattern spotting intern with no emotion? Any comment? Option 1 or option 2?
Sir, option 2.
Option 2.
Option 2. Why? Because already I have mentioned earlier that when I am talking about an artificial agent, we try to make it rational. This is the fundamental requirement for a particular AI agent. Okay, and so emotion is not a component or a particular characteristics of any particular AI agent. So it can work as a pattern spotting intern with no emotions. Actually, those who are leveraging the power of generative AI, they are using that particular tool for this purpose only. Okay. Now here something interesting. So once we have understood that what AI is, it is similarly important to understand why AI is not. Okay. Actually, people are demanding nowadays. Okay. So before I come to this particular point, let us discuss some different types of AI. Okay. So from its very beginning, as I've said, in the year of 1956 till 2025, okay, people was thinking about 3 different types of AI. Means one is the normal AI, okay. Another is that AGI. So if I talk about simple AI, then AGI, and another is, I think many of you have heard of it, that is ASI. So as I was talking already, that the AI that we have already discussed comes under the basic area artificial intelligence. Okay. AGI is the study that we call to be the artificial general intelligence, where we think we are able to develop some artificial agents which are as intelligent as human beings. Just concentrate on this particular point. As intelligent as human being means it is similarly intelligent as a human being are. There is nowhere we cannot differentiate between we are interacting with an AI agent or a human being. Now the race is going on within among those tech giants like OpenAI, Gemini. Not Gemini are actually not demanding, but OpenAI demanded earlier whenever they were releasing 5.1, GPT 5.1, that they have achieved some kind of general intelligence. But unfortunately, that couldn't means hold on, because what I say, there are some benchmark testing are there. You can use the concept of AGI, where someday people are saying that we are not that far, that someday we will be able to reach at that particular point when we will be able to say that this particular AI agent is as intelligent as human being. So this idea was already coined earlier by Alan Turing, that whenever a real intelligence will be only when achieved when we will not be able to differentiate between a AI or a human being just by interrogating, not by just by texting or chatting or something like that. Nowadays also you can find that in many cases, like some what I call chat agents are there in different websites or organizations where we can directly post messages, get responses, something like that, and you all know that some AI agent is working behind it. But many of them gives you human-like answers, and many of them you can directly understand that this is an AI agent I am talking about. But it is all about the tuning of the model. In many cases, you can understand that it's very difficult to segregate between an AI agent or a human being. So it is an artificial general intelligence where we try to develop systems which is as intelligent as human. Now, ASI is something different. ASI means which we call to be sentient, or which will be conscious, and also which will be having intelligence superior to human being. Means we are expecting that type of AI will be able to solve those problems which remain unsolved for human being. The problems from science, from mathematics, from other domains. So that particular AI will be able to solve those problems. So that particular idea, that particular AI, where people are looking into, many researches are going on as well, which will be more intelligent than human being. So, but right now we are in the phase of AGI. We have not still achieved AGI, though many tech giants are demanding that they have achieved AGI, but it is not the fact. ASI is still really very far, but philosophers and historians are also demanding that maybe within 15 to 100 years we may achieve. But one major portion or one major obstacle of this ASI research, it will be very fascinating to understand, is that irrationality. Here a term of this there called conscious. Okay, so now to make real artificial super intelligent machines, the machine will have to become conscious. So that's why this domain is also my favorite domain, and I currently work on this particular domain. That's called consciousness research in artificial agents, like whether someday AI will become conscious or not. Now, for many, it may seem like that consciousness is something like a very intangible kind of thing, very personal experience kind of thing. How an AI device will become conscious? But it is a fact that some researches, those very preliminary level are there, some theory of consciousness are evolving, through which we are trying to measure the consciousness of any artificial agent. So with the help of that consciousness, when the conscious research will flourish, and along with more computational power and more data, one philosophy is there called emergence philosophy. It is said that it is assumed that someday, somehow, ASI will evolve from these means AI, which are actually available nowadays, may evolve. But we do not know what will happen at that time or not, what will be that helpful or dangerous for humanity or something. That's a different discussion, but it may happen. So the chance is not eliminated. Okay. Okay. So this was the AI, AGI, and ASI that I have already said. Okay, so all of us, because those who are actually studying AI must know these names, because they are the pioneers, and whatever we are having now today. In fact, actually the presentation that I am showing, discussion, that is also curated again with an AI intern that I am talking about, co-pilot. My own idea, knowledge, and curation are designed by AI. So without this, unfortunately, this session could not be accomplished. So these scientists, especially John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, Claude Shannon, many of us have this name of these huge personalities. So actually, whatever we are now having today, it is because of them only. And obviously, we should not exclude the name I have forgot, because I must not have forgotten. It's a crime actually. I have forgotten to give his picture. Can you know that the godfather of AI today, the father of generative AI? Actually, because of whom actually we are using ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity. Anyone? Actually, I'm asking just to check whether people are listening to me or not. Okay, so it was Ishua Benzio, might have heard the name, who is actually considered to be the father of modern AI or the generative AI, because of whom actually all these generative models has come and evolved, which is also the most popular scientist in the domain of artificial intelligence, having the history highest publication or citation, more than 1 billion citation in Google Scholar. And recently he has become the most cited scientist in the history. Okay, maybe I will discuss about him later. Okay, so these are the things I have already discussed. Now, rule-based system, as I have mentioned, that it is basically function as a if-then rules. And it was already there. Then machine learning era came. And in machine learning era, actually, the concept has changed a little bit, where the model learns from data. Okay, now how the normal model and the statistical model and machine learning models or AI models differ with each other. Okay, so we will discuss very shortly. So basically, in normal machine learning model, we use patterns, we learn pattern from, or the model learns from labeled data sets, like data set with label given already, that we call to be the supervised learning algorithm. So that will be the part of the next session, maybe tomorrow. We will discuss the different types of machine learning algorithms, but it learns from data. It may be supervised or unsupervised, whatever it is. And after that particular learning, we use that particular model for our own prediction, like classification or regression or whatever it is. But the large data set is the key factor for this machine learning development, especially for the deep learning, if I talk about. And for generative AI, as you all know that all these are actually the world model. World model means those models are trained with world knowledge, with all the knowledge, all the texts, those were available in the internet. They have learned from all the data. Whatever were available, any part of the internet, they have used those data for its own learning. And to be very fun, we can find the magic of this generative AI through ChatGPT, Gemini, or something like that. But its working principle is very simple. It's not that much difficult. It's simply a concept. So you all know that for any AI system, we have an algorithm that transforms data. If I talk about a recipe analogy, you all know that recipe means an algorithm and it transforms ingredients, that is the data, into a trained chef, that is a model, during training, and then uses the chef to cook new dishes on demand during inference. Okay, so we can, it is basically learns from data, then train itself, and after the training, we use it for providing some new information or prediction or whatever it is. Okay, so algorithm, model, training, inference, they are the 4 parts. But I said these 4 parts has to be kept in mind, those who are learning about AI. Actually, algorithm, model, training, and inference. So algorithm is nothing but a precise set of instructions. Model, it is a trained representation. Training means learning from data, and inference means using the model to make prediction. Okay, so whenever we are using any AI tool directly, like ChatGPT interface, what we are actually doing? Can anyone tell me which part of this step we are actually doing? We are using ChatGPT for our use. We are giving some prompt and we are getting the answer. What we are doing here? We are writing the algorithm. Yes?
Through inference.
Yes, we are just doing the inference. We are using the learned model which is already existing and using it to infer my question and to get the answer. Okay, very good. Now, here one particular thing, I will have to be little technical here. So please, those who are from it is easy for all, everybody will be able to understand. But this explanation is very much required to give you an idea what a normal deterministic process is there and what is ML process is there. So this will make the idea very clear to all of you. Actually, whenever we talk about any particular algorithm, okay, we try to, from any particular data, we always use a function, isn't it? So something like y equals to fx. And I will request all the participants to listen this part properly and please give your opinion on this. Okay, now in most of the cases, suppose if I am talking about adding 2 numbers, so if I have work like a task like c equals to suppose a plus b, if I am talking about, so here we can easily understand the function f is nothing but a sum function. Okay, and if I give the data a value of a and b, we can easily get the value of c. Okay, so there is no confusion, no ambiguity with that particular concept. But if my f is known, then there is no problem. We can use any well-known algorithm to solve my problem. It may be so complex, it may be, but we can compute it very well because we know that function. It may be, suppose f may be a function of y, may be a function of x to the power 100 plus log of y to the power z, something like that. But the function is defined. If this is the case, then we can have some deterministic processor algorithm to calculate this. But unfortunately, in most of the real life problems where we actually need AI. Now, this is actually the point where we have to understand that what type of problems are actually fit for AI or when we need AI. So if my problem is very easy, easy means, try to understand, computationally easy for machine. Maybe suppose I have given to multiply two matrices of 1000 in 1000 cross 1000, 1000 cross 1000 and 1000 cross 1000. So for human, the calculation may be in pen on paper very complex, but computationally it may be complexity is high, but it is easy in terms that its algorithm is deterministic. We know how to multiply these two matrices and what is the function I will use for this. It is known. But some cases where we find some outputs, but I do not know how or what particular algorithm or what particular function or logic is working behind it. Like, I'm giving a simple example. Suppose weather forecasting. So you all know that temperature, suppose for a particular, for rainfall, for example. Rainfall is influenced by many factors like temperature, humidity, pollution level, the longitude, latitude area, how far it is from the sea. So many factors are there which influence directly or indirectly influence the rainfall. But still, we do not have any proper mathematical formula or function where if we give all the possible values, the current value of this temperature, humidity, pollution level and all, we cannot guarantee or we cannot confidently say that whether it will rain or not. Why? Because there are some gaps. These gaps has to be understood, and this is for all those who are from maybe different portions. So different professions actually, sorry. So for them, the first and foremost thing before they identify any tool, they have to understand where we can apply AI. So what should be my target problems? And the target problems, there are some characteristics to identify the target problems. What are those characteristics? Number one, the problem should be what? Very complex in nature. Complex means uncertain in nature. Uncertain means which is very much stochastic. Stochastic or probabilistic means we do not have any fixed formula for that. It is based on probability or something like that. So uncertain means what? When uncertainty comes? Uncertainty comes from lack of knowledge. So for those areas where our knowledge is very much limited, we do not understand that what is the basic method or algorithm is working behind that. Like every day we see that stock prices are going up and down, but we do not have any proper algorithm to understand how it is happening. If we had, then we can easily calculate, but it is not calculated so easily. So this because stock market is influenced by so many factors that we do not have that much of proper F. Here in my slide, you can find that this F is not well defined. So those areas, those problems for where there is a very lack of knowledge, and lack of knowledge actually contributes to the uncertainty. So those uncertain areas where the output algorithm or the algorithm working in inherent in it is not properly known, those domains, those problems are very much suitable for application of AI. Because why? Because in AI, what we do, we try to approximate this F. Try to understand this particular what I'm saying. Approximate. Why approximate? Because we never know what is the actual function. If I am giving all the rainfall data, all the previous rainfall data, temperature data, humidity data and all, we still cannot get this exact function. Like for C equals to A plus B, we know the exact value, F. But here we do not know. So when we do not know the f, we have only option to approximate. Approximate means to come close to it. Such that, now how to come close to it? Based on the data provided to it. So based on this x and y, my model will try to approximate this f. And when the f is approximate, how will I understand that my f is function is approximated properly? Based on the outcome. Means when my error will reduce. Error means what is actually expected and what's actually given by the model. When this error will reduce gradually, we will understand that my function is approximated properly. So actually in AI, we use this approximate function for each and every purpose. So this is the very basic fundamental concept behind any algorithm. I think if any the participant would like to comment on it or would like to give their opinion, please, you are very much welcome.
Yeah, I would like to say, can you give a live or real-time example so people can easily understand the because this is the technically you explain, and I think most of the people who are technically they understood. So just like example of you can give the traffic control or any shop crowd or hospital crowd. So this what time and we decide the things.
Okay, no issues. Okay, I will give an example, but before that, what I was talking about approximation and value, is the idea clear to all of you?
Can you please repeat?
Which one, ma'am?
The approximate and value. So I think the value is the exact value which is coming from a formula, and the approximate means when there are a lot of unknown, then we are calculating the approximate value. So, and the way you gave the example, right?
Yes, suppose I have given like this. I'm sorry with this. Suppose 1, 2, and 9. Okay, so can anyone tell me that what is the function is being used between 1, 2, and 9? If I ask you to express z in terms of x and y, what should be the function?
Square, you like square of x
plus x. Y cube plus x.
Very good. It's y cube plus x. How you have identified it? Because you already have some knowledge on it. Okay, and you have just made a very quick calculations like this. You have found the inherent function. Okay, now suppose if I have given a very complex or large data set, okay, where 5 data are there, x, y, suppose x1, x2, x3, x4, x5 like this, and there is a z. Now the function is, I do not know that what actually function is there, but what we try to do just by seeing the example all over the different rows, we try to have a guess on the function that what can be the possible function which is actually giving the value of z. So this is actually called approximation. Means approximation means when you do not know the exact function what is actually giving the data output, because actually what happens, you know, that whenever the output is coming, okay, that means there is some logic is there, some science is there behind it, but that science is too complex for us to understand. Only if there is any clue or pattern that is in the data. And machine learning or deep learning, whatever we are talking about, is very good at finding the pattern in it. And patterning means what is the hidden function that is actually giving the output. That hidden function, to approximate that hidden function. That is the main purpose. Now, actually, as someone has mentioned, that give some examples like that. So there may be so many examples. Like if I am talking about what I say, suppose stock data. Okay, so I have suppose historical stock data of any particular security, any particular company which is indexed in any particular the BSE or NSE, and if I have some parameters. So anyone from stock market or having expertise on it in this audience? Anyone from having some knowledge about stock market?
Yeah, little bit I have a knowledge. It's the share price depend on the political system, depend on the social media, depend on the environment, depend on the world situation, depend on the demand of that specific time. So a lot of factors are depend on the demand or raise or down our share market. So
Yes. So if I talk about any parameters, so I mean data set, if I'm talking about, so there may be some historical parameters like, opening price, closing price, then price to stock ratio, then maybe LTD or something like that, like a long-term debt to equity ratio, then P by S, something like this type of parameters are available, which actually the stock market experts look into and have some idea that what can be the possible opening stock price or tomorrow, something like that. So in those cases, what happens? A data set of previous maybe 5 years or 10 years of some stocks, okay, monthly or maybe daily stock price details about some parameters or factors like P by S ratio, LTD ratio, P by B ratio, the price to book value, something like that, X1, X2, X3. So suppose in rows, in column, I have P by B value, LTD value, P by S value, or something like that. And at the output, the rightmost column, we are having the opening stock price. So once I am given with, for any particular stock for last 10 years, daily data of these parameters. Okay, so that has become my data set. Now, when that particular data set is given to a machine learning model, so the second part was that learning. Okay, so that particular model, any particular model to learn, what it does, it one by one, it checks every row, the parameter value of every row, and have some idea that if these are the values, what is the possible output value, means possible opening price. So gradually after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this, whenever it will move on to the 1,000 data or 10,000 data set like that, it gets a quite good idea that how these parameters actually influence the opening stock price for tomorrow, something like that, from the next day. So this ideation, this approximation is actually the main purpose of training any machine learning model. Okay, so this is the particular case I was talking about. So for deterministic, we give input. Okay, there is some algorithm and we get output. But for machine learning, what happens? We give data, we give label, but for output, we get a function. So a trained model. So trained model means an approximated function. So which I will use for a later purpose, for my own prediction, for regression, or classification, whatever it is. So in AI terminologies, there are two terms frequently used called classification and regression. So those who are not aware of this, for them briefly I am saying classification means where I have to give the output in some class levels, like class 1, class 2, class 3, like that. Like, for example, for a particular patient, I have given some symptoms, okay, and I am asking whether the patient has flu or not. So in that case, my model will give the answer in terms of yes or no, nothing else. So it is called a classification model. So when a model gives my output in terms of some specific linguistic classes, so we call that to be classification model. Okay, but for models for which the output is numeric, like stock market opening price or closing price, so what is the expected outcome of this particular model? It will give me some numeric value. This should be the opening price or closing price, whatever it is. So in this type, the outcome or the output of the model is the numeric value. So this type of problem or this type of algorithm is known as regression algorithm. So mainly machine learning tasks or our tasks are classified into two categories. One is classification and regression for supervised learning processes. So right now, supervised means I'm talking about where the examples are present with data, I mean labeled data set. So whatever I'm talking right now, like stock parameters and the opening price. So this Excel sheet is ready with the label as well. So these are actually labeled data set. Okay, so it is theoretically, it is very difficult for all of you to understand what I'm saying, but whenever it's some examples or hands-on practice will be there at the later of the course, you will be getting more clear idea. For right now, any question? Any doubt? Okay, so now any response, any quick opinion from the audience? Someone might have raised his hand. Sridharan sir, do you have any query?
That was for earlier one, not now. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Anyone else?
No, sir.
So till now, all the concepts are clear. If you have any doubt in between, surely you can ask.
Yes, sir.
Or
We
if
are-
anyone have any problem of asking any questions through microphone, they can also post their queries in the chat as well. Yes,
Yes, sir.
Rama Shankar, yes.
Yeah. So, developing a simulation model for the real life problem and performing
Yes.
what if analysis, that also can be part of, AI, you can say, probabilistic, when we develop a model for the real life problem and give input data as what is and data is fed into that model. And the model gives some result. Okay. And while performing what if analysis, if we change this parameter, the result is different. And so can it also be called as a part of AI?
No. Why I'm saying, very good question, sir. See, the one parameter that we have always to check whether we know the F or not. Do we have the function which is converting the input towards the output? It may be probabilistic, but do we have the exact function? If we have the exact function, then it is not an AI. But if we do not have the exact function, if the function has to be approximated from the data or has to be learned from any particular data or scenario, then it is an AI. Okay. Like you might have heard that all artificial simulation, like games, video games, those are made majorly with the help of Unreal Engine. So there, the simulation, full physics is used. Classical physics fully is used out there. Like a ball is being thrown up to a certain distance with this particular force. So the simulation of that particular ball, where it will drop and how far it will go. So everything is calculated, well calculated with some physics law. So in that case, it is not an approximation. It is a real particular well-defined function. It is not an AI. Okay. But when some data, it will learn some function, it will try to optimize it, then obviously it will come under AI.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for this question.
I think this example may be suitable about AI. Suppose we have the parking, number of parking places are limited, and people are rushing sometime, so that is not a fixed time. But when they decided if there are 2 parking left, then who is going to park, then rate will be higher. So not a fixed time, but is the randomly, it depends on the availability and demand, the parking cost will be changed. Is this AI, or I think it is more suitable example?
It's actually the idea of this coming in my mind. It is still not an AI. It is an optimization problem. Okay, so optimization means wherever I have a function to optimize, like y equals to fx based on some criteria condition. Like I have to accommodate more cars on a particular limited space such that traffic jam doesn't occur. So there is a function that I have to maximize the number of cars. So here it is the fx. Okay, based on some criteria or condition, whatever it is. Like those who are in the stock market, they also know that they have to like portfolio optimization. Okay, I have to invest rupees 1 lakh. So I will invest rupees 1 lakh such that after 5 years my return become maximum. Okay, so this is also an optimization problem. This is not an AI problem. AI means where I do not know actually how the algorithm will behave, but I am more concerned about the outcome of the data. Data output is very much satisfactory to me. I was not able to apply my known mathematics or known science to solve my problem. So that's why I have hired a black box. Black box, why I'm talking about a black box? Because it is performing something, but I am not sure properly actually what is happening inside. So that is actually the AI. Okay, so I know which algorithm is working, but what is this each and every steps, what was the value of each and every parameter when the algorithm was working, what happened after what. So this type of detailed understanding I do not have. So that makes that particular algorithm a black box. So in that case, that is an AI. So if your case is, suppose if that particular parking algorithm, you have not given anything, suppose any logic or any algorithm, you have not given anything. Only you have given last 1 month CCTV footage of that particular parking area. And based on that CCTV footage, if a model is trained that how in any particular hour or duration, the cars has to be scheduled or parked such that traffic jam does not occur or maximum number of cars are allotted with the parking. If it has automatically learned that particular pattern, then it is an AI.
Okay, it's fine. So maybe for the traffic, the AI is work. Okay.
Yes, traffic is also, sir. Traffic earlier, nowadays traffic is also used, but in that particular case, there is a learned algorithm like traffic control or traffic management is very complex network type of problem because there are a lot of dependency between traffic nodes are there. It also, there is a different types of different levels of AI are there, like image processing is there, which is actually used to identify the heavy vehicles or private cars or something like that. Based on that, it will routes that particular direction, or it also identifies the crowdy area. So a lot of things. So it can be called as an AI because some kind of learning mechanism is also there. And in many cases, optimization also comes under AI. Though, see here, there is a vague boundary, sir, because this optimization and all comes under mainly a computing called soft computing part under the computer science category. And some part of this soft computing comes under AI umbrella as well. So it is very hard to differentiate between whether it is AI or not. But that is why I have given you a thumb rule. Whenever my data was hard to manage, I do not have proper mathematics to calculate what is happening. Then I have given and developed an algorithm which will estimate that particular function without knowing it based on the data. Then it will be called as AI. Okay. Okay, now this is a more technical term, that is the training part of the model. See how the model behaves. So as much data as you give to that particular model will learn properly. Okay, so that learning curve is very important. Okay, so that's why maybe here in this phase of training it is not there, but still just for your brief clarification. Okay, forget. This learning curve, as you are saying, means how do I understand that my learning is taking place? or my model has learned properly with the data. Though this is very much technical, but those when we will be using our own curated models for different real life problems, this particular parameter is very much important to understand. So for them, I am saying that a curve is mainly considered, those who are ever they know, that is called as a model training progress. So it is a 2D plot. Generally, on the x-axis, there is a term called iteration or epochs. In machine learning, we call them to be epochs. And there is a, in y-axis, there is a parameter we call loss. Loss is nothing but how much gap is there, how much difference is there between my actual output and my actual output and my predicted output. So always, as my iteration means row by row it is understanding. So row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, one by one it is taking the data and calculating the loss. One by one is taking the data and calculating the loss. So in this way it will continue for some time. So that is actually called epochs. So epochs means how many iteration those data were given to that particular model to understand what pattern is hidden in it and to recalculate the loss, to check it, to reduce it. So the purpose will be initially loss will be very high, and gradually with iteration the loss will gradually decrease. Okay, so this type of curve is very much essential for understanding. So basically in ideal cases, the learning curve should be like this. I'm sorry, due to this mouse problem, there is some problems. It should not be 0. Gradually it will drop down, and then after a certain time it will stable down. So here, as you are finding that it is like it has become 0, but it is not like that. It will be like this. So why this type of error should be there? Now you'll be asking, someone may ask that my main target will be to reduce the loss, to reduce the error. So why you are not saying that in ideal cases the error will be 0? If the error becomes 0, then that will be the best case. But in machine learning practice, it is said that no, it should reduce, but if it becomes 0, it may signify something different. Okay, so that terminology in AI. So those who will be practicing developing an AI model, or those who can check if they plot the predicted output and the actual output and try to plot this error, they may find that for a good model, actually the plot should like this. It will start from a high value, then gradually dropping, and after a certain level it becomes stable. But if the output is something like this, suddenly dropping down, this is also not expected. Or if the output is something like this, no stability, this is also not expected. Now I am just trying, because as we are discussing the training part here, let me be very clear that when the error curve is very smooth, that's my first one, this one, it signifies that model has learned, understood the pattern. That's why it has given an effort or tune its parameter in such a way the loss is reduced gradually. Okay, but in this case, sudden loss has become to 0. Meaning what? It has understood, I do not know, but it has performed well for that data that is given to it, for the test data, the data with which it is already trained. But for this type of model, whenever it will be given some new data set to perform, this will fail. That is because it is called, this particular model in AI terminology or ML terminology, it is called as a overfitting model. Overfitting model means it has understood very well. Suppose those who are teaching in the class, suppose for example, I can say that whenever we teach any mathematical topic towards an statistics, suppose I'm teaching conditional probability in the class. Now I have given 10 problems. Now some students 10 problem I have given, then some students have solved those 10 problems correctly. Maybe and some students have made 8 problems correctly, 2 problems they have made some mistake. But after the class, whenever actually the students were asked to give some exams, some unknown problems which were not discussed in the class, the student 2 got better marks than the student 1. From here, what we can understand that student 1, whatever student 1 has learned, his learning was mainly specific to those problems. He actually didn't learn the main concept of conditional probability. He had just learned the input and output, how the problem looks like, and if it is it, then how the solution has to be made. It has not learned the inherent logic behind it. But the second student had understood that how the things works. So this actually, whenever the learning this error curve drops significantly like this may signify 2 things. Either the data is very clean, easy data, simple function. So in that case, there was no need of ML model or AI model at all, or the model is overfitted. And if my learning curve is like this, the zigzag kind of thing, that means my model did not learn anything, or it is facing a huge difficulty in learning the data. That is why it is not being able to stabilize the error. In that case, either the parameters are not correlated with the output, or I have insufficient data, or some unorganized or what I say, that incomplete data set I'm given with. So this is the thing. So this was mainly the technical part. So I would like to hear, I didn't hear anything from the academic persons, those who are actually teachers or professors. So these were for them. Do they like to add something on this particular point that I have discussed?
Yeah.
Yes.
You just mentioned the underfitting and overfitting model, no?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the very important part to decide the model. And
Yes.
could you please again explain the under the curve or over the curve something? So how we say this model is underfitting or this model is overfitting? And if the underfitting, so we have to select, or if we have overfitting, then we have to select. So what is the exact condition we have to find? And which model is the most suitable for that specific condition where
See, neither
for that
the overfitted model nor the underfitted model, none of them are means appropriate, none of them are fruitful. Underfitted means it will not work, if model has not learned at all, so obviously it will fail, okay, whenever it is deployed for a real life situation. And overfitted means it has overestimated the data set, means forcefully it has given assigned some parameter to reduce the error for that data set that is given to it. It has not learned any pattern in it particular properly. Okay, so that's why I had shown you that particular card. So that card, from that particular card, initially you can have an idea, okay, that how it actually looks like. But to answer your question, neither the underfitting model nor the overfitted model are appropriate for this particular. So that's why a lot of testing, validation testings are there, some accuracy measures, ROC measures. So a lot of different measures are there, which are actually core part of ML. So that's why I didn't discuss over here. Just and given idea that it does not mean that it is very, I have given the data, I have given an ML algorithm, it will learn. No, there are a lot of other things are also there. A lot of fine tuning is required, a lot of pre-processing is required before we actually give the data to a model to prepare or develop. Okay. So anything else?
Yeah, I would like to just summarize. So basically, overfitting model is one which works on the training data, but it fails or does not perform well in the testing data. And then, underfitting model means it doesn't work for any of it, any kind of data, not even the training data. Is
Both
what
of
the underfitting.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Both of the model will give you very good score for test data. Okay, but test data means not for validation. For the training data set, it will show you perfectly it has learned, both the underfitted as well as the overfitted. But whenever we will deploy it for validation, both of them will fail. Both of them are worse model in different aspect. One model is overestimated as the function, directly given forcefully have assigned some weightage on that just to give a what I say it has find out some relation within the data set, but which is not global. Forcefully it has given. That's why it has learned the error has reduced, and it is called that it is an overfitted. And underfitted means it will not converge at all. Actually, the learning will not converge at all. Error will continuously drop and will increase, drop and it will increase, something like that. So in that case, just by checking the error rate or accuracy parameter, you can easily understand that it has underfitted. So both of them are not essential.
So like in the I'm still not clear, because so in the you're saying in both the cases like there are like false positive and a true negative, right? Or like how is that? Like yeah.
Suppose for overfitting, that you are talking about confusion matrix for classification problem. Okay. So maybe see, overfitting means for test data set or the training data set, it will perform well, but it will fail in validation data set. Suppose for example, someone is asking for example. Okay. Now I have made a classification algorithm for disease classification. Okay. Suppose in this time there is a common cold and flu which is simultaneously taking place. Okay. So it is has become very difficult for the doctors to segregate that who are actually suffering from common flu and who are actually suffering from like flu or common cold, as most of the symptoms are more or less same, like fever, cough, headache, some cases rashes, something like that. Now I have developed a ML model where I have trained with some patients who had both flu as some patients who had common cold. So I had a huge data set like that and trained a model like this. Okay. Now I have said that okay, I have developed a model. Now you can use it for diagnosis. Now some 100 new patient has come. Okay. Now whenever 100 new patient has come and given in the model, those symptoms of those 100 patients given in the model, there may be many cases or scenarios. Like some of them will be correctly classified, some of them will be wrongly classified. And this correctly classified and wrongly classified may be categorized into 4 categories that you are mentioning, like true positive or something like that. So that's a different thing. Just for analogy purpose, I am saying that suppose for patient 1, he had flu and the model has also predicted that he had flu. So that is actually called true positive. Okay. And some cases it may be that the patient has flu, but the model has given that he has a common cold. This may be the situation. Some cases the patient has actually common cold, but it has given as a flu. This is another case. And some cases the patient has neither flu or whatever it is, and model has also given that the patient has not have flu. So this true positive where the patient has flu and the model has predicted as flu. This is one case. And another case, the patient didn't have any disease and model also had predict that the patient didn't have any disease. So in both of the cases, the model has accurately given the output. So these 2 scenarios are called as true positive and true negative. So from a classifier point of view, these 2 are giving the very good values. If in my confusion matrix, because as this is not in the scope of the discussion, so I didn't present it or make the presentation ready. But if those values are higher in a classification problem, I will say that the model has given a very good result. The model is very good learned. But what happens in normal cases in overfitted model? Suppose I have trained the model with 1,000 patients, and from that 1,000 patients, suppose 50 patients. From those 50 patients, I am testing again from a new in that particular model, and for those 50 patients, it is giving a very good result. But whenever I am giving a new 20%, suppose something like that, his accuracy is dropping. Suppose for the data set which were used for training, from those data set, if I am testing my model and my accuracy is 80%, and when I am testing a new patient data which the model has never seen or which were never used for training the model, so in that case, if the accuracy is 50% or 60%, I will say that the model is what? Not performing well. Now, this performance can
Yeah,
reduce. The performance can reduce in both the cases, for overfitting as well as the underfitting. Okay,
yeah.
if your
Just a
learning curve.
question there.
Hmm.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure, sure,
the
sure.
yeah, so just one thing. So now where you already like train the model on some data and you did tested it, right? So and it gave me the 95% accuracy. Okay, so we are
Hmm.
there so far. Now when there are like new 50 patient when you are performing testing and while doing validation the accuracy is poor. So
Hmm.
then what is overfitting here and what is underfitting?
You cannot directly understand just from seeing the result. In that case, you have to check the epochs. Okay, that how the part epochs, the error is, what is the behavior of that
Yeah,
particular error.
deviation.
Okay,
Okay, got it. So what is the
okay.
deviation? So if it is below the line, then it is underfitting. It
Hmm.
means that even was it was supposed to be like maybe I'm not. Yeah, but
Suppose,
I got you.
suppose,
So the ideal
yes,
line.
suppose,
If it is under the ideal line, then it is underfitting, and if it is far away, the error or deviation
yes.
is higher, then it's a overfitting. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Suppose at the initial iteration, the error was suppose 500 for any particular regression problem. Okay. Now, as the iteration is going on, then 500, then 480, then 470, 460, 300, 410. Gradually, the error is decreasing. Okay. Like 300, 200, like that 50. It has stopped. This came in one situation. Another situation where 600 error was there. Immediately after one or two iteration, the error has become 20, 10, 5, like this. So if this is the case, like error suddenly drops, you can have an idea that this model is underfitted, overfitted. That's the point. And if the error, you can find that if error is suppose 600, then some cases it has become 400, 500, then again 700, 800, then it again reduced to 200, 300, then again. So it is up and down, up and down. That means you can model is underfitted. Normal situation.
So we
Okay,
need to have a
Srivastava.
error to closer to zero.
Yeah, closer to zero. Closer
Okay.
to zero. Or tolerable. Okay, any questions, Srivastava sir?
Yeah, this is the ROC and AOC, area under curve. One more term, ROC. So I think
Yes,
that,
ROC is there again.
yes,
That is also there,
yes.
but I am not continuing with that as that may
Okay, it's
become too
fine.
much
This is the
technical for
basic
other
thing.
members.
That's not going because just we discussed that. Great, you explain the confusion matrix and all. So little bit ROC, AOC, then what is the log error?
Yes,
So we discuss
yes.
separately.
There are
Thank you very much.
different mechanisms for accuracy measures.
Yeah.
Different
Better we
processes are
continue.
there.
Thank you.
Hey, can we get the recording and the notes for this one?
Yeah, if the organizer I
Yes.
will be providing, but that's after the end of the course. Okay.
Maybe it will be a good idea for us to share that because we'll be better prepared for tomorrow because these concepts like need a revision.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
could you please share that?
Yes, ma'am. Sir, we're doing the recording and
Yeah,
we'll share the today's recording tomorrow morning, maybe around 10 o'clock.
yeah,
That is,
that would be great because there were like few things still need to be understood clearly before we start the tomorrow's session.
yes, perfect.
Yeah,
Okay, and one
thank
more
you.
thing. Today already time is over, and I'm very happy to find that like us, like me as well, because all of you were maybe engaged in some other activities throughout the day. Still, you have spent 2.5 hours, already 2.5 hours past in discussing, and you all participated. So we will continue from here as well tomorrow also. Okay. So tomorrow, mainly after completing this particular slide that I'm discussing, and just few more means analogy or idea. After that, we would be going to the some application areas that how AI can be applied in various different domains. So there will be a lot of brainstorming requirement will be there where I will be happy to get some opinion. Okay, so from your end as well. But I'll be more happy if you can give feedback from today's session, such that any area of improvement that I can incorporate for tomorrow's session as well. Okay. So today I am not finished, and I am really very happy, and I am eager to discuss tomorrow as well from where we have led. But what I can expect that from today's discussion, at least some idea is clear, like what AI is and what AI is not, what are the different parts, what are the different studies of AI. Okay. So this idea might be very clear. Still, if you have any doubt or any question, you can ask. I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, if you include in this teaching along with the tools which can explain the underfitting, overfitting, and you have the data, so you can just show the data, and then the curve will come. Then you can parallelly you can what is the data and how it's coming, why this is the underfitting, so people can understand this technically. So this we know the curve this is going. So this is the more illustrative and people practically understand. Any tools you can use, that's not a matter. Tool is not a matter. The main with data and the curve, so people can understand what you are taking in the X, what you are taking in the Y, why this changing. Many things. This will help us. So more, but theoretically we understand. But if go in the practically, it will be more.
Sure.
beneficial.
But
Thank you very much.
Srivastava sir, but unfortunately, our scope for this training module does not permit that, because these things that you are talking about will be covered, planned as in phase 2, like intermediate. This is very fundamental and foundational AI concept, so we will not go much detail about those accuracy, measurement and all. So this was the main purpose of this particular module, was to give you an ignition idea such that you can get interested about AI and feel free to use AI tools and all. So as tomorrow I will be discussing that how we can leverage the already using tools like ChatGPT, Gemini or something like that in your domain, just to get quick solutions other than question answering, just to get quick solution. How can you utilize that? I will ask questions from you, you will give me a problem, and I will try to find out, I will show you the pipeline, that how we can leverage the ChatGPT like Claude or Gemini to solve your problems in a quick time. Okay, so that is the main purpose of tomorrow's discussion mainly. So, but unfortunately, it is not possible to cover all those error-related discussion and all in this particular phase, as Maheysh already has mentioned in the morning, in the start of the program. Okay, so any other question?
Yeah, sir, I have a basic question. Meaning whatever curve fitting you are talking, it is all about high fundas. A simple question what I am having is, say for example, if you have so many a scatter diagram, from a scatter diagram we can form a regression equation using the method of least square. So or in an optimization problem, you have iteration. So similarly, here what technique we are AI is using? What exactly is the methodology or method used to derive the model?
Where you actually for a scatter problem?
Not scatter problem. I am asking in a scatter diagram, for example, if you have input and output, we can use a method of least square to draw the regression line. So similarly, in a similar fashion, in AI, what method is used? Means how do we arrive at the model? What exactly is it based on some algorithm, or what exactly is happening there?
Yes, obviously the error. Yes, those algorithms are already there, as you have said now, that error means what? That, as I've said, the difference between the actual and the predicted. Now this can be represented in any different terms. It may be sometimes represented as a root mean square, like, or sometimes it is a square simply, or any kind of error. see, it is y cap minus y. If y cap is my predicted value and y is my actual value. So this difference, y cap minus y, is actually called the error. Now you can make this error, you can give it any form. You can give a root, you can make it a squared, it can give a logarithmic value or anything, just to fit in your model such that the model learns properly. Main purpose is what? To reduce the error through the iteration. Means we have to calculate the gradient that I will be I will discuss maybe in the next phase of training program. So main thing is that we have to reduce the error gradually over the iteration, and error can
Okay, okay. It
be
is through
measured or written anyway.
It is through iteration, right? It is through iteration. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think we are done for today, and we shall catch up tomorrow, 7 o'clock exactly. And thanks all the participants for your active participation. And wonderful session, lot of learning, lot of clarity in the deliberation. And personally, I learned a lot of things, basics, as this is the beginner certification. And we have followed up course also at intermediate and advanced level. And I'm sure that a lot of things which are not covered in the curriculum for this particular level, those will be taken up by the sir. Thank you, sir. So we can end the session.
Thank you all the participants. Yes, sure. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Please end the session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going off.